Well, hello there. Let's get rocking and rolling here. So, as is often the case, I went away and worked on other things, had a night's sleep, and I woke up and I thought to myself, I have an annoying problem to solve with this. The same problem we were looking at yesterday, trying to find a better way to get these guys connected without a cyclical import, right? And then it came to me, as it often does, half asleep, that we can put these in the same package. Like, we still keep them broken up in different files for visual organization, but if they're going to be so tightly related, they should probably be in the same package. And I don't think we're going to have any trouble with that, because I think we've got enough difference here. And let's just kind of look at that. Connect, disconnect, we have delete, apply change. Connect kind of does that, right? Set update func only lives here now. So I think this is we're gonna chase down that route. But I do know that we have some other stuff. Okay, so skill DC and connection form. We should have done a commit for these. Set abilities and on drag start. And then template manager. Then this change, we just added doc. Or I just changed spelling of doc. Actually, we can do it like that for just a second. Actually, let's bring it back. Just tidy the doc string there a little bit. So let's do a quick. Let's get a little bit of sanity here. Let's do connection form. Which will do the skill DC change, connection form and type gen. And we'll just make sure that we do a good commit message. This is for label not selectable. So we do make label text widgets not selectable slash draggable to avoid click and drag issues. And also we added the ability for make connection form draggable. So we can do that. Tile we don't want to muck with. Let's do template manager real quick. Remove form labels. Are they labels or are they called tags? I know it's fine. Or remove. Yeah, form labels from connection data because we no longer consume this struct with a cogent form. Got that. Room tile. Our changes. That's just a spacing. That's fine. It can live there. It'll be more changes on top of it in a second here. Let's just do a quick. And this is in map editor, edit bar. Just a silly little nitpicky thing, but so our type gens for those two. Connection tile, room tile, type gen for. Oh, room form also had a type gen. Room form type gen. That's because we changed. Yeah, the type. We changed the name of one of those things. Okay, yeah. We'll include that as well real quick. For the room form. Get those up. So we have just the changes we need, or just the modifications in the things we need to actually change. That can go away for right now. Means all of these guys will need to go into. Let's do a new package, a new directory for a new package. That will be. What do we call you? Got my coffee early today. Yesterday I was just wallowing in sleepy. It's not good. So this. Let's call you grid button. Sure. Sure. That's probably fine. The other thing we'll need to do, or we call you tiles. Let's call you tiles instead, because we used to call you connection tile. Tiles. So we're going to need to, first and foremost, rename this to room tile. This is all. We're going to ignore the comments. We're going to ignore the strings. I think the rest of this, we're going to ignore type gen changes as well. let's go with that, and hopefully it's good. And let's also do name all receivers RT. Hey Jess, how's it going? That's good. That's probably fine. Exclude type gen. How's your week been? What does it say? Oh, I thought I told you to rename them all. Did I not? All receivers, RT. Thank you. Okay, and then y'all are already connection tile. That's fine. Well, it was one of those weeks, you know. What about yours? About the same. I had an interview, which then turned into a rejection letter, as usual. And then just mostly hunting for yobs, figuring out where to go next, and room tile. Working on some projects. Not as much as I'd like to do, but I had other stuff going on too, so... Why do you not have this anymore? Set parent map. Room tile new widgets. It's because type gen. That's why. So this should all get resolved once we do this. And this is going to be the messy part. You need to go. Where did we just make you? There you are. You need to go into tiles. Refactor. I just moved the wrong thing. I did. No, I'm just blind. This is left behind. This goes away. Don't do any of that checking. Delete this. Room tile. Package is now tiles. Perfect. Hoping for you to get some good news soon. I mean, me too, but I don't know. I was thinking about it, and like I liked my last job. I liked the work. The pay and benefits was pretty crap, but I liked the work, right? But doing this has been more satisfying than even that. And I started to think about that, and I'm like, I don't know. The thought of going back to the industry that's just treating us all like crap right now, it's not exciting. Like, obviously I gotta solve the cash flow situation, right? I can't afford to just not have a job forever. But I'm kind of just going through the motions and planning for what plan B is. Trying to figure that out. Okay, so this should now have a type gen in you. And this is going to have new room tile. because we've changed your name. Like that. That fixes those guys up. How about you, Jazz? How is your project that has been kind of ongoing? Your baby, you have said. Saw a lot of new members on Discord. How are your views lately? Oh yeah, we got a couple people coming in. Let's get that out of there. How's my views like lately? Well, let's take a look. I don't think there's anything in here that is sensitive. I think I can show this. Let's just double check. Yeah, this is fine. There's all this lovely... Your work, baby? Yeah, I had to take a few days off of work. Okay, well, I mean, sometimes you gotta unplug a little bit. So you can... Twitch gives you these cool little analytics, right? But, like, you gotta be careful not to, like, let this consume your life, because it's super hard to separate signal from noise, right? So, like, here, I can see Sunday I had 2.7, and then this Sunday I had 4.6. So, like... And then this week, you know, it was overall lower. And then this was Monday, was a holiday, so like I expected not a lot of people there, right? Everybody's out having a barbecue with their family, as they should be. So like, you know, it's hard to kind of pull signal out of all of this, but you can kind of see, like, it seems like I get more followers on Fridays. But, you know, all in all, things are kind of steadily overall trending upward, which is really super encouraging. I don't know that there's anything I can really pull out of there that's actionable, other than like, yeah, number go up, kind of. YouTube is kind of similar. Their analytics dashboard is like broken all the time. It's been telling me I've got 48 subscribers, new subscribers in the past month for like 3 months. And I don't have the math isn't mathing, right? So, but YouTube's thresholds are so much higher that it's really not something I'm super focused on achieving right now. Like, I get people filtering in over there. Not a lot of them really engage in chat. There's a couple. Like, my average watch time is like 5 to 7 minutes. So people, you know, they come in and they bounce off. Some people stay around for longer. A lot of people just bounce. I mean, that's fine, right? There's a lot of stuff to watch. And long-form content is really not a YouTube thing anymore, they say. Whenever I join on YouTube, I see a lot of people in chat. In chat or chatting? We had a couple days where YouTube was chatty. But not all the time. And maybe I should be better about, you know, like and subscribe. But I figure people probably know how to do it by now. Okay, so we've got room pulled over. That's good. Now we need to get connection tile and friends pulled over. And I'm wondering if I do this first, if it'll help. Pull you over. Both the number of people in chat and also people who actually write something. I have chat up right now and it is very empty. And I'm on live chat, not just top chat, which it defaults to for reasons, I guess. Like, we can look at, get this pulled up. We can look at metrics if we want to. Make sure there's nothing crazy over here either. I don't think there is. Yeah, no, this doesn't show anybody's stuff. That's good. So like you can see, I got 3,000 views. Pretty decent watch time, really. And it's you know, up from the past 28, which is cool. And you can kind of see, like, average view duration, 2 minutes, 4 minutes. I think we can do... Let me just make sure that nobody's screen names get thrown out here. That doesn't want them to. Let's see, is it... Yeah. You can see 98 returning viewers over time. You know, people got other things. Like, it's getting into summer, and so people are going to be outside more and doing stuff with their friends and family more, so that's fine. It's to be expected, right? But you can see kind of the... It's very peaky. Like, let's see, this is a Sunday, but so is this, right? Where I had 23 returning and 122 new versus, I don't know what happened to get me 400, right? Over the course of the stream. Just see how the evening goes. Yeah, I mean, all of that stuff is interesting to me. I think that there's probably some value in it. Use Vim? No thanks. Also switch to Linux. I'm using Linux right now. But, you know, it's interesting for sure. I'm not going to let it really wag the dog, so to speak. All right, so we've moved the icons over. Now we need to also pull in the tile. And then all of these individual bits and pieces that go inside. Oops. Don't want to do the type gen. Leave that behind, please. Delete this. Run that. Then, let's see. We don't need that anymore. Did this not... Oh yeah, we don't need that anymore. This has been moved in. I guess the refactor of the refactor didn't clean that up. That's fine. Do that. This is tiles now. This is tiles now. Let's see, what else are we missing? New map widget. This needs to be set to tiles as well. That should take care of that. We have a new type gen for this now. And then, theoretically, not form. I want the tile. Things like this. Yes, good. And then over here in connection tile, when I'm going through here, these guys can be a list of pointers to room tiles, which will fix. Let's see, was it? Where do we have the awkward? Let's see. I'm getting messages, so to speak, or speak of the devil, I should say. Bro is up to something. We're up to making a mud engine. Too dumb to understand what's going on right now, but it seems fun. I don't think you're too dumb to understand. I think it's just you're coming into the middle of, work in progress, and there's a lot of context you don't know. Mud reminded me of what came before classic RuneScape. I doubt that's what this is relating to. If before classic RuneScape you mean playing Zork online with your friends, then that is exactly what this is related to. Okay, so now when we get this, we should be able to say in here, our connect function takes a data, but we do need to put this in. Our origin needs to be the first one. The map tile from the first one specifically. Destination is the second associated tile. The map tile specifically. And what other things do we have in here? We need direction we need to figure out, but that's fine. Zork Online? Never heard of it. That's because there was never a game called Zork Online that I'm aware of. That old-fashioned text-based adventure. No wonder. It's from the 70s. Yes. It's from the era when computers were bad. And then we had MUDs, which came after, when computers got a little bit better. The direction we can get by going... What we should do is we should do this. Cardinal 2? Yes. Except for this wants a string, but we have a stringer for that. Right, that's what I'm remembering. MUDs. Forgot the definition. Yeah, multi-user dungeon. And then we have description, which will be the data description that we're getting from this drag drop. And that. Bingo! And then if we have an error, so we can snack bar it. We can do error snack bar off of the connection tile because it has a frame. This will be error creating connection. Going to do this. Oh, I've got these backwards. Yeah, that's probably fine. And then we'll do the same thing to go from the second one back to the first, which is just going to look very much the same, except we're going to flip these. Like that. I'm not into tech, but it seems you're making something crazy. Can you explain what it does? Let's find out if I can. No, because something has gone awry. And I think it's because I changed and I forgot to regenerate. Let's try that again. Regenerate. There we go. And now try that again. Oh no, because it's a button, not a... okay, I gotta fix that. Basically, this is the map editor for a mud. If you hang out for a minute, you'll see. This is happening in map widget because here, this is a tree node. What it needs to be this is only ever a room tile, right? I believe so. So if we do this, it needs to be pointer because that's what we said it was. This should get us going. Because they're now aware of one another. Let's delete that. Let's see. Ah, great success. Now, we should be able to, and let's pick up our, or pick on our traditional test connection here. This should create, except for I didn't call it yet. But this is what I'm making right now. This is a map editor so that you can build a map for a mud. I need to go up into here. Let's see here. We check everything, and then instead of printing you, we need to call Connect all associated tiles. And we're going to feed you connection data. We can go back to our test connection here. Error parsing connection ID. Gotcha. We need to make sure we have that. Forgot to do that in my deal here. This is that. Your NAT ID, your connection ID. If we're going to do this, let's tidy this up a little bit for readability's sake. That. Like so. And we'll do the same thing over here. New string, because this is going to expect a string. Let's try that again. Bam. Now we have two connections that get generated that are the same thing as our template is. Fantastic. I'm so happy with that. We need to also test this one. Make sure that vertical ones work correctly. And I should also triple double check. 3.2 to 4.2, 4.2 to 3.2. That's correct. Hey, I just learned Python, some DSA. 40% still learning. Just explored Fast API. My aim is to become a real backend engineer. Can you suggest a roadmap or any advice? It's funny that you ask specifically for a roadmap. And you'll see why in just a second. Because there's this website called roadmap.sh, and I'll drop a link for both chatty chats. And it will give you a roadmap for how to become a back-end developer. Obviously, you've already done the Python step here. There's all kinds of other stuff here. And there is on here free resources that are free and resources that you need to pay for, which is the premium stuff. And you can explore this for all kinds of wonderful ideas of what you should look at learning and, you know, to get started on. And this, that's correct looking. 3.1 to 3.2, north connection from 3.2 to 3.1. And you're east from 3.2 to 4.2, and west for, yes, good. Now, let's do a quick commit for this. Put room tiles and connection tiles into a single package because they are so closely related. Make connection drag and droppable on connection tile for two-way, for not that, horizontal and vertical connections. Up you go. Now, we need to do diagonals as well. How do I want to do that? It's going to basically be the same, except because this repeats itself, we want to pull this out. And we're going to need to do the exact same task, except for with two different directions. Thanks, but I just wanted to listen to an experienced guy, and I did it all in the last 40 days. 40 days ago, I didn't know to write print hello. I randomly clicked on a video and thought to ask. I'm trying to understand if you're saying that I didn't answer your question to your satisfaction, or if you're asking for permission to hang out and listen. Because if the latter, of course, you're always welcome, and if the former, I would need more to know more about what you're asking. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna pull out we have connect here, but that's only for a single, which is fine. We're using that. And maybe we don't gain anything from pulling this out. Maybe it's fine as it is. It's kind of repeaty, but it's kind of just the nature of the beast too, right? We could do here is sorry, man, if you felt I'm just trying to be a nerd, but I'm not. I'm just at a very beginner level. I'm just exploring. I mean, we're all just trying to be a nerd, right? I'm just sitting here writing code all up here. So we could go through and check and see if we can check the directions, then we can connect them. Then we want to be careful that we don't. Well, I guess we wouldn't have to do them like this, right? Because if we go through the whole list, it'll give us both sides automatically, just by nature of the beast. It'd be slightly longer, but that's probably fine. Let's do that. Let's say up here, we want to make sure that the length can be up to 4. Because if we're a diagonal tile, that should be the number of associated room tiles we have. And if not, something has gone horribly awry. So we'll do the same thing we did up above, where we say able to connect, too many associated tiles found. We'll spit out the number that we found. No need to act like a Chad. Okay then. I don't know what you're talking about, my dude. And this is Len. Associated tiles. Turn that. Mongoose is Giga Chad? I don't know about that. I'm just a mongoose. Okay, so then if we've passed that check, so we do know that we only have 4. Do we care about index? I think we do in this case. In the associated tile list. And here we want to go through and is this the smart way to do this? No, because we're going to want to do the others. So we can do same deal. We can do I and J here. Keep it shorter. We say if hello to you as well. ID. Let's run it off of ID. If it's the same ID, continue. Otherwise, they're going to be different IDs. And we say if actually we could do a switch on associated tile, map tile, cardinal 2, second tile, map tile. We can say case if you are northwest, let's start at northeast. So if you're a diagonal, then what we're going to do associated tiles, add I. Associated tiles. Add J. It'll look pretty much like this. Except we need that. This needs to be the map tile. Then we're good. Think. Let's give that a shot. See if I've missed something silly here. Oh, you know what? I think I've... Okay, I was just old. Relaunch that. Alright, so if I delete these guys, get all those out, this should come in. Boom! Love that. So southeast from 2-1 to 3-2, that's correct. Northwest from 3-2 to 2-1, that's correct. Southwest from 3-1 to 2-2, that's correct. Northeast 2-1 to 3-1, done. Bam, love that. Fantastic. Let's add that. We need to say add diagonal connecting on drag and drop. And let's do this. We only allow action tiles to I guess there's probably not a whole lot of value in that. In calling that out. It's probably fine. This we should do though. We'll do a message snack bar, same as we've done above, except for this is this, where we say unknown connection tile direction? Sure. That. And then we do I don't think we would ever end up there, but you know, we'll just check a log on that in case. Display snack bar if an unhandled connection tile direction is found. Now, next task. We also want to be able to, as part of this, I need to cancel that because we need to delete that to get into the state we want to be in. As part of this, I want to be able to drag in that. My CPU and graphics, it's just a laptop, my dude. I would need to make the form itself droppable. Which I think is doable. I would need to this. So which processor in your laptop and has it graphics too? Why do you care? We need to do a similar thing to what we've done in the tiles, in this case. Probably still need to defer this. Because we want it to redraw everything. So we'll defer an update. And then we want to make sure basically all this stuff, except for this form, not tile. This won't be tile data. This will be connection data, because that's what we send. We send our data struct over. And then what we can do is just say direction. And this should not be called tile data. We'll fix it in a second. Intermessage. Intermessage. Leave message. Leave message. What else we have in here? We need our DCs. Ooh, we should check that for... this should be used DC, not spot. You need to check that on our other... I'm dropping it on tile. I don't think we did that in our struct. We won't have an origin or a destination for this. It'll be what's already there in this use case. I think that's all we need for that. So if we come in here, we'll delete this guy, add a new one, and then I should be able to come in here. Boop. Perfect. Description didn't go in though. So not quite perfect. Direction. I did direction, not description. Silly me. We need to make sure direction gets set correctly, but that should happen as part of connect. Delete you. Connect. Connections. There we go. We save that. Make sure we do this. 3.2 to 4.2 east gets set correctly, yes. Why is my border kind of wonky? Why didn't you reply to the last question? Because I'm working on something, man. What job do I do? Nothing. I got laid off. Want to make sure that action tile. Make sure this is correct. Use DC. We do direction in this. Okay, so I don't actually need to do direction in my connection. Let's do this first. One thing at a time. Connection form. Let's do a commit for you. Make connection form accept drops as well. We probably doesn't matter if you can drag and drop in this view. You'll be able to. But if I was to do this, that just sets that. And if I was to do this by accident, I would wind up overwriting that silently. I don't like that. What I actually need to do, while we're here, we're going to check this too real quick. It didn't get those. Yeah, we need to fix that too. That's fine. We would need either to have these fields tracked or just to say well, I suspect that there might be another bug hidden here because of this, right? Because if we do this, right? If we delete 3.2 to 4.2 again, and we hit new, we do that, drag this over. Okay, save doesn't actually get applied. Okay, so that's fine for this behavior. Except there's no there's no reset option right now. Nothing to indicate that it's been modified. So what I would need to do only for this one. Well, actually, we would get it for free both places. We would need to store the current state into the struct itself. Or rather references to the fields, and put these into the fields, not into the backing data. That would change. That would engage all of this, I think. Okay, let's do that. Can you say about your journey ups and downs till now in your career? Not really. I don't. I want to work on this and not just talk about that. Like, if you have a specific question, I'm happy to answer that, but... Unsafe changes, that's fine. We could do... Because we use buffers. This we can do... Oh, these are actually widgets. That might still be okay. DC, set struct, set skills. There should be... If we were to do... We don't have a reference to it though, right? We can explore it. Golang is garbage collected? Yes. Mud is one of those things that can be easily done in a high-level language, no manual memory allocation, better for stability. Sure, yeah. The... There is a set selected. No, that's not what I want. It hangs off of the chooser. You're a form underneath. Well, we called you form. This guy in our spinner, not our spinner, our chooser, set items. Current item is a retriever, I think. Yeah, I think it's the item out of it. Need to look at my docs. What to look at? Chooser. New version, I guess, of the docs. Chooser. Set items, set placeholder. Thought there was a way. Changes, but Set current value. Yes. That's what I can do. Did I just completely overlook that, or... Set icon, set editable. Yeah, okay. It's not in docs. Cool, 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 cool. So what we can probably do, except for we would need to, because this lives inside of the custom widget. It's a chooser item. This takes an interface, so what I can do is say, does this give me, give item is not found, it adds it. It is not empty. So we would need to check. Data struct skill ID. Arch or Debian. This machine is pop. I feel like we've... Yes, available skills is a thing we build, so we just need to check that. Pop is Debian based? I don't remember. I think so. It's Ubuntu based, and Ubuntu's Debian, right? So... So I just need to go... If... Except for this can't really be... We have a skills.skill. So I can say that you have to be one of these. Just be skill? No. You can be S, sure. If this, then... You are... Ooh, we don't have access to... So we need... Forward.chooser. I only know Debian-based distros. I tried Arch, but I can't maintain it stable. Something always breaks. My gaming box is Arch, and it's been fine. Had a couple things over the years. For Gen 2, you need a double-digit core machine to compile literally everything. Yeah. I really don't... I don't enjoy spending time messing with my tools these days, right? I just want them to work. If this is not nil, set current value to S. And then return. Just do that just to be sure. And then up here we need to make sure that when we create our chooser, we do that. Which would fix that. What's your opinion on rolling release Linux OSs? It's sort of like a double-edged sword, right? On the one hand, you don't get stale, out-of-date stuff as easily like you do with, you know, long-term support stuff. And especially for something like gaming, that's really advantageous, right? But you deal with rolling release stuff where you gotta pretty much be on top of your updates. So it's really a horses for courses sort of argument, right? For my gaming box, rolling release, great. Give me them new drivers. Give me that new DXVK, all that good stuff. For a server, nah. A little more stability, good. I would be tempted to YOLO an Arch server at some point just to see what happened, but I would have to have like a backup ready to roll, you know? I suspect you'd probably be fine in most cases. That there. This now. We need some stuff. Are we even using listeners anymore? I think that's old. Yeah. Listeners goes away. Are we using Message Broker anymore? I think we are. Yeah. My Arch broke down after missing 3 months worth of updates. I just couldn't deal with the hassle. It's been a long time. I had Arch on an old laptop that I just didn't upgrade for a long time. And I just YOLO'd the update and worked, but I haven't made a regular habit of it. I wonder if Manjaro would handle it. No idea. Never run it. What job do you used to do? Software developer. I work in software. Yep. Used to. Got laid off. Now I look for jobs, and I do this to keep myself sharp and sane. So the... I think we can get away with just using the buffers. Set lines description, but they're not buffers anymore. They're called lines now. We're going to keep calling them buffers. What if I grabbed you guys and I just put you all up here and I made you part of my struct? I wish I could use Linux or even Mac OS, but no dice. Yeah. I worked a place where you could use Windows or Mac a couple jobs ago, and they just were very much against the idea of Linux boxes for some reason. And I'm not a Mac fan, so I just used Windows and hated it. And then this could now be this connection form, all of you, live there now. This returns a pointer, so these need to be pointers. Oop. Oh my gosh. There we go. That, and then we do that. We do that. We do that. Now the question sort of becomes, right. This is my update stuff still. And then up here, instead of this, I can do set string to this. And we'll do this enter message, which is message buffer. I'm hoping this will fire the change stuff and just take care of itself. And we'll just test that real quick. In your opinion, how much a threat AI is for software devs non-junior level? None. It does not do what they say it does. Like you can watch people like the Primogen spend a bunch of money on, trying to generate code, and it doesn't generate production ready code. The bigger threat of it is that delete you. The C-suite is going to force it on us, right? So in the short term, it's costing jobs. In the long term, somebody's going to have to fix that junk. Okay, that did not trigger my update. We should make you drop the data. Productivity amplifier, not a replacement. I don't think it's an amplifier. I don't use any of it. Why can't I? Why don't you update? In what field? Just general business software, man. I'm using Ubuntu on my HP Victus. It's detecting the inbuilt Wi-Fi adapter, but not able to use it anyway. It just says that no Wi-Fi adapter. Tried literally everything you were talking about. I mean, you'd have to figure out what's going on. I would check to make sure it's compatible, and you're gonna have to dig through a lot of online, research to figure out what's going on. Maybe you need a different driver, maybe something. I've had weird Wi-Fi issues before. Just a matter of figuring out what's the disconnect, right? Set lines. Set to that. I should probably make sure that this didn't. Maybe this isn't working at the basic level, and the drag and drop isn't actually the problem. Let's check that. If I connect you, and I don't worry about that, but I do Okay, that makes everything work just fine, but not when I do, yeah, or not. If I was to do that and then, no, that would fire. Hmm. For routines that have been done thousands of times, Jippity can give a working answer with the caveat that it could be a hallucination, which is easy to test. I mean, I'm just not interested. I don't care what it can do. I don't want to sit there and review it and try to spot the tiny little bugs, right? I would just type it. Just type. It's not that hard. And there's also like when you sit there and you're writing the thing, you're like, okay, yeah, I've done this before. I'm just gonna write out the structure to type it down. It's fine. Like that frees the back of your mind to start chewing on other stuff, right? And also you have kind of like an organic familiarity that grows up around that, right? You know, like, yeah, I think I put that over there, and it probably works like this sort of thing when you're thinking about a problem, right? Whereas with doing generated code, like you just read it, looks good to me, tab tab tab. You've retained nothing, right, about the architecture of your own product. I think I'll end up buying an external adapter. Any suggestions about it? No, I don't have any. I haven't used an external adapter in a long time. Why did I get laid off due to AI? Maybe partially. I don't know. They got rid of all of us, so they didn't want to spend the money anymore. For anything novel, no dice. Yeah, that's also true. And somebody was saying they were trying to make a point, and I forget where it was, but they were saying that like for React, you spend half the time telling the LLM which version because there's been a million of them, right? And I'm like, well, you're not making a point for this as a productivity aid if you spend half the time trying to correct it to the current version. So this works, but this doesn't update. Why don't you update when I set string? I bet you it's because... It's because okay. What if we don't trigger the update yet? I can't see the other viewer messages for some reasons about an external adapter. That's because they're on YouTube. Yeah. In which field were you working in software dev? I've worked in a bunch of fields. Is a college degree required to get tech jobs nowadays? Would it even matter? I can't tell you, honestly. Right now, the market sucks, right? So I can't say for sure this is what you need. There we go. Yeah, it's because it was updating. Yeah, some people have asked me to put chat on screen or suggested, not really asked, but suggested I do that. But like, where would it go that wouldn't be a mess that interferes with this, what I've got going on, right? Okay, so that changes that, but it doesn't trigger our unsaved changes, so we just need to do that manually. That's fine. At the end, we can do that here we need to do set not that. It's we don't have you in here, that's why. We need spot DC, which is a where did you live? You're a skill DC dot form. And then use DC is that. Thought it was a problem with Firefox and AdBlock. Yeah, no. Not this time. And then you spot DC dot set. What did we name you? Oh, we need to generate. Before we do that. Let's go back. We're going to leave this. As it was for now. Usually we have more Twitch viewers just one of those days today. Yes, that is correct. Although, the things get out of sync really easily. You're almost even. I only see 3 on YouTube, but that could be behind too. About the engine, what does it use for storage database files? The things that are engine specific have config files. Things that are state based, that are like state of the game, they live in a Mongo database. So like accounts right now, which are just really a placeholder. But the in here in config, like the map is just a JSON file, which is why it needs an editor, right? So that you can be like you can edit and create maps without like insanity. I can easily get remote job for Indian companies. Yeah, I don't think that that's going to really be economically viable for me because it costs a lot to live here. Generate. That's what I needed to do. And now I also want to make sure that I put that in there, but next form spot DC dot set chooser item is dot spot DC. You're not a skill though in here, are you? Because that's fine. What we can do is do the ID. You can be A skill DC. That's fine. The ID equals that. That's perfectly fine. And then we don't need to do that. Use DC, set chooser items. Use DC. Wire that all up together. Let's make sure we put you in there. We do. This is spot. That. So we have a reference in there now. Is database transparent to the end user of the engine? What do you mean? That ain't good. Apart from setting MongoDB, does the API require knowledge of the database apart from login credentials? No. No, you just need to be able to hit it, and then it basically takes care of itself. You could still, like, you know, if you could connect with Compass, I think is what they call it, and like view it, right? But it's very much intended to be like it takes care of its own self. Associated with a given value. That be, how do we do that? We use the ID here. You got laid off. What about us? What about us? Like, it happens in the tech world, right? There we go. Ooh, we need to set also the... We need the skill ID and the DC. I had a discussion about creating a mud engine game itself with a C programmer who doesn't know any other language. They were adamant C is the best for this. I disagree. I mean, C would be like a very classical choice, right? I don't think it would be a bad choice. I don't think it's the only choice, though, right? best is really subjective too. Ever explored cybersecurity? Not really. Like, I know the basics. Yeah, I mean, if you only know C, then C is going to be the best language for you to write an engine in, right? Whether or not that's like, you know, that's less of a valid choice in a business context, where like, well, we only know C, so we're going to write our website in C. Probably not a good way to decide that, but Mud doesn't have the requirement of ultra low latency. It gives wiggle room for choosing language. Yeah, that's true. On which other platform am I live? Twitch. We need to... It's a spinner. We need to also track that. In here, that's fine. When we create you, your form dot that set value to the int. Yeah. Oh, other way around. Where do I live? In the USA. Is that tab saving between loads? Weird. Connect you. Drag you in. That. Still not showing. That updated. Why did only one get sat? Heck, one could write this in JavaScript or Python. I mean, if you wanted to suffer, you could write it in JavaScript, I suppose. I thought you lived on planet Earth. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Not DC, use DC. Put the spinner in here. Set that. Did I mess up my drop, perhaps? Not DC, use DC. No? Oh. Duh. I didn't delete that one. Person not a fan of JavaScript, but it would do the job. I mean, maybe. Depends, right? I think it would be like performance-wise, probably, but I think you would end up with a lot of interesting problems to solve. Okay, so now you're going in there, but not. Do I need to... We know that needs to go out. It's because I got a couple things going on. That's not true. Because this guy is... Dynamic typing would be a problem. Yes, exact. Possibly. Don't. I believe so. I believe so. Yeah. That and, you know, JavaScript wants to run everything async. I think you would end up with a lot of callback misery to try to orchestrate and serialize things. That's one of the things I've learned, because, like, I'm not a game dev, right? But doing this project has shown me that games are really, really state heavy. So you don't get... Why don't you get saved? There's two bugs. First and foremost, and maybe this is part of the problem. US visa requires a college degree if you already have a job offer. I don't know anything about visas. Can you tell that guy on Twitch to join YouTube? We can interact together. No, people are free to use whatever platform they like. Well, now that's interesting. That makes things worse. And it's because this is wired up to the on change. Because it's driven off the data structure. Okay, right. Yes, I remember this now. Because I wanted this form to directly mutate the underlying struct. And I don't remember why I wanted that. Do I have a private Insta? No. Why did I want it to do that? Can I provide a link to... Why are you being weird, dude? Get out of here, weirdo. How Linux friendly is Golang? I remember Google used most of Linux and Mac OS and less emphasis on Windows. Yeah, it's cross-platform natively. Everything just kind of works. If I do this though, it means that above and beyond this particular weirdness, if I was to create you manually, no, it does get cleaned up if I do that. But that's because it's not valid. But if I do this, then I go back in. No, it doesn't change there either. Okay, so I did something different. What did I do? On change. If you don't exist, you exist now. Set struct. Ah, yeah, okay. So. That's right. Because I wanted to use set struct, which kind of mimics the framework's way of doing that. Hey yourself. How's it going today? Gvikend? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. What is my opinion on clean code? It's complicated. I think clean code has a lot of good ideas. But I also think that, as with most things, it's foolish to over apply it or to dogmatically apply it, right? I think it's the PEP 8 standard that says something to the effect of a foolish consistency is the hobgoblin of little minds, something like that. Dogma, exactly, yeah. Okay, yes. So, I use DC. So you handle whether or not you exist or not. Can I just drive this off of perhaps data struct use DC this. And I've done that backwards from everything else, so we'll fix that. Getting things done and actually finishing is what ultimately matters. I mean, yes and no. I mean, maintenance is a concern, right? And like changes of requirements are also a thing. So like there's a lot to be said for trying to be, you know, modifiable and trying to do a thing that's easy to maintain and to expand. Hey, you don't get populated then. Nothing of what you do matters? That's not true, I'm sure. I would need to do an update on it to make it refresh itself with the data I've just dropped in, maybe? Yeah, true, but you're ultimately paid to finish within specified time, so you do what you have to do. I mean, that's kind of part of the problem with the industry, right? Yeah, that's what I need to do. Okay, because that's going to make this widget update with the data that's been dropped in the backing. If I don't save, then it goes away just as it used to. And if I was to save, then it would get in there. And if I was to... And it would write that too, because it is in the backing data. If I was to come in here and let's just say I had another template for one that is tens and tens for my placeholders. If I was to drop you in and then leave and come back widget-wise, yeah, nothing will be written, so we're still good. I like this. This good, I think. So I can actually get rid of these changes in here, which I like. I don't need to track the extra stuff. Just roll these back. This whole function gets rolled back because it's designed to pull from that backing data. And then let's see what I got here. Just some tabbies. That keeps my stuff in here. And then you can do that. Oh, let's make sure that we checked invalid. Yes, good, good, good. Pull you in there. You exist. Oh no, I did the wrong one. I actually want this one. Bam. Love that. Okay, now. How many coffee grounds are in there? Thought I had one more swig, and I was right. The next one will be all grounds. The other thing we need to double check is the dropping on the connection tile. Okay, we need to update that. But it does work. Coffee extra chewy? Yes. The last swallow. I use a French press, and there's always a little bit of grounds in there. What do I think of ThinkPads for Linux? I've never owned one. Also, okay, so yeah, we need to fix this. We need to fix that it doesn't update this anymore. And we also need to check whether or not It overwrites, and it does. Okay, fantastic. We probably want to prompt you with a warning there that says, hey, I'm about to do a thing. Oh, that didn't trigger our deal anymore if we update, though. Chewy coffee? Is that something like shaving the yak? Got a few colleagues who swear by ThinkPads for Linux until they start having to patch the kernel to get company-mandated Teams working. I mean, that's a feature, not a bug, if Teams doesn't work, right? Either I need to... Well, no, that's not true. This defers an update to the connection tile, which does the UI, just doesn't do... Does it depend on the distro? Teams working? I think the patch I'm thinking of is documented in the Arch Wiki, but I'm not sure. Gotcha. I swear I keep hearing a thing. I may just be losing my mind. Let's see notifications. I must be losing my mind. Cool. Love that for me. Let's see. I've compiled the kernel a couple of times. It's sketchy. Were you in danger of growing a beard? Can't be you. Is it you? It's not you. Okay. But fun. I've never bothered. I don't anymore. I just want to use the tool and build a thing, right? I don't want to mess with my tooling too much for fun. Let's see here. We need to go... Two things. On our connections stuff here, we need to make sure that we pass in use DC. This is our data.use DC. And spot DC. Like so. That'll fix that being missing when we drop over here. Same deal here. Delete these guys. Punk. Gets my DCs now. Fantastic. And if I was to punk. The refresh we need to fix still. That would overwrite. We will have to figure out a warning for that. That's fine. The refreshing set handled. We defer that, but we also need to edit bar is set up to for a selected tile on change. We could do change it on close. Which actually comes from the form. But we could get the tile widget. What if we did you? As part of our drop. We do that. We fire off that. We set this event to handled, and then over here on change. How did we do these? This is applying change. All we need to do is just do refresh selection, I think. Func as a parameter / argument is a callback. Yeah, kind of. In the framework, when you set up this, it just registers this function to be fired when it does eventy things. So if I come here, delete you, come in here, boop. You didn't get fired though. Because I put dir. Some dumb. This is room form. This isn't connection. We can do you up here. Because you could use a function pointer for that in C, but good luck. It's been a hot second since I did some C. I don't really know how I would tackle that, really. But this is all in the framework, so I don't got to worry about it. There we go. How's everyone? Hi. Yo-Yo Ash? Yeah, Yo-Yo Ash indeed. How's it going today, bud? Delete you. Delete you. There we go. That didn't do it, though. Quality work in Factorio. Now I'll do some writing and or editing. It's been a productive day. Nice. Ah, it adds. That's my problem. That's not correct. In Golang, when you pass a callback argument, you can assumably at least have faith that a function actually exists at that memory address. Yeah. That sounds correct to me. We do this. We need to also make sure. Let's do this. We need to get a bunch of work stacked up in here. Let's regenerate real quick because we changed the DC thing around since we did that, I think. Just to be sure. And then we'll do a quick commit for make the connection form accept a drop as well. Fire changed event for connection tile when we update it. Thinking actually, yeah. Oops. I think I can just do that actually. I forgot there was a helper for this. Which arguably we should be doing in a couple other cases too for this. So do that. That is not correct. This. No, I checked the wrong case. Silly me. Not that. Select you. Drag you. Yes. Yeah, and then adds them. And we can't do that. Is it adding them though? I thought we checked this. Is it a UI bug or is it a let's do that. So you're in there. Is it a UI bug or is it an actual logic bug? Go back out, back in. It doesn't. Okay. Because it gets overwritten, as is correct. The UI just still has all of them showing. Refresh selection. This also needs... This calls update on all the widgets. Set selected connection to that. It's because we still have the old state stored. If we clear that, then doesn't. Okay, good. It's going to do that, which is slightly annoying, but they are technically different objects. And I think it's fine. So let's do a quick fix UI bug showing multiple connections on template drop. That's fine, I think. Okay. Think here. What else was there that we had that was outstanding still? Guys, gotta go. Hope to see y'all tomorrow and have a nice day, evening. Hey, you too. Have a good night. What else did I have that I needed to... warnings, yes. Connections should be populated after we do this. In theory. So what we would want to do is do it on the drop. Once we've made sure everything is kosher, if connections are greater than 0, oops, we will do, we just want the docs for this. We just need to get a dialogue. So we do, not that, message dialogue off of the connection tile widget. Wait, is this the thing I want? Yes. It's just, they've moved docs around. There it is, the custom. Custom stuff. Want to do... new body. Actually, hang on. Message error. Have they added... No, they haven't given me a helper with this. Okay, that's fine. New body. That's fine. New text off of that. Set the type. We'll use their suggested format. That's just fine with me. Set text. The current connection data. And then run dialogue is what we need to do. I don't want to do this though. I guess I could just else it. Or maybe it doesn't matter. If this is just empty. Just a frame. Add the cancel. Hangs off of bar, which is the widget on click. We just return if you cancel. I feel like that's backwards. I feel like the okay should go first. We'll double check that against what I've done so far though. This needs to be off of that. If I just leave you blank, will you continue down? I think you will. Maybe I'm being silly though. So if I come in here and I go boop, then you should be, you are fantastic. But if I come in here with this and I cancel, then that stays. Except it refreshed. I think because of that. But if we take you out, I don't know that it rebuilds the arrows and whatnot. We go cancel. You still refresh though. That's so weird. Oh, wait, no, it did change. Even though I hit cancel. Well, that ain't right. Oh, right. It's because I can't return. This is this. So in this case, that's fine. I think I can still probably still defer that just to be safe, then make sure it gets its update. And then down here say if do update, then we do that. Otherwise, we just set it handled, we're done. Life is happy. Not in the right place for this. I should test this first. Connections. Cancel. What? As a small anecdote, made my TPGM technical project manager chuckle on Friday. She was like, "Are you blocked on any of your tasks?" And I was like, "Not blocked, just incredibly lazy." Nice. Do I just have to do this in here? Wonder if it's like an order of operations sort of weirdness. Not an order of operations, but like a race, right? Or something. Because it's not waiting when that's being displayed, I bet. So if I come in here, and I remember to do that, and I say cancel, then it stays. Yeah, that's exactly what was happening. He wasn't waiting. That's fine, I guess. I guess also... Yeah, no, I'm going to leave them collapsing. That's fine. The other thing... let's also make sure that we don't... Oops. Cancel that. Clicking too many things. Move you over so you're not quite so close. I want to also make sure that if I delete them, that it doesn't fire and it just does the update. Just to be sure. Fantastic. If I was to delete you... Actually, what happens if I have just one? Let's make sure. Foo. Yes, overwrite. Cool. Love that. Okay. Display warning dialog if attempting to drop words. Connection template on connection tile with existing connections. Okay. Now, we got a couple other little things that we need to iron out for this. Rooms is going to need to do the same thing. Why are you showing blue like you've been changed? UI bug. Rooms is going to want to do the same thing, I think, for this. Boop, to do that. We've got you in here now. I should make sure. Okay, we need to make sure this displays. When we drop you, we manually set the, not the tile, the form. Manually set your changed, but we don't have a, we don't track our button section to do, or do we? We do. Need to fire an update there. So that they get notified. So here, 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 one of these, either one, doesn't matter. There we go. And then you can roll back, go back out, back in. Perfect. Does not overwrite. Immediately. You have to hit save. And then things do. Love that. Let's do that real quick as a commit. We'll do what's this matrix things with connections? It's a map. Ensure dropping templates on connection shows the changed state warning and roll back button. So if you were to, like, everything is connected on this map, right? That's the other thing I should do. I need to add a delete all button to this, but they don't have to be all connected, right? So you could clear these out, and then you could also like take out this whole room, for instance, and now you can see how it becomes more of a map, right? It's just everything's connected for UI development. Nothing is being changed in the saved file right now. This is all just in memory. Hello to yourself as well, Yudo. How's it going? What was it? Individual squares be a town or a substructure? Not yet. But the way things are connected should enable that. That's kind of part of why connections are a more complicated thing. Each individual square represents a room, so... Nested maps, useful feature? Yeah, kind of important, right? Because you don't really want to have like a city internal map that necessarily needs to take up one-to-one space on like the overall map. That just sounds like a nightmare. Especially if you want to like change the city in some way, like you come in and you're like, okay, well, I need to put in a blacksmith over here, and oh darn, there's no room because the forest is there or whatever, right? What was I just gonna do? It's a nightmare to add or remove internal rooms in buildings, etc. Yeah, it would be, I think. And right now, like the way connections are built, they don't require you to be adjacent, so we just need to add the other supporting machinery around, making them a different kind of connection, right? There's nothing in the way it's set up now that would prevent you from connecting one side of the map to the other and call it like a portal or something, right? So theoretically, you should also be able to make that a transit point between two maps. They just don't exist yet. Same with Z levels. I don't have Z levels yet. And to be honest, I don't know how I want to do them, but we probably do need them. So I'm just going to do... We did the UI for the reset rooms. We need to do rooms next, so that you can quickly template a room over. That's going to go into room form. It's going to look droppable. I have plenty of Z levels. I produce a lot of them each night. Well, aren't you lucky? My Z producer is very unreliable. I want to... So here we need to do kind of the same thing for our buffers. So we need to get you up in here and unsaved changes. Refresh my memory about how that works here. I think it works exactly the same way. If I go into a room, and I'm very careful because these are broken right now. Yeah, it works the same way. So, we have a button section in here already. We need to have our description buffer, which is a lines, and then we need our, which is also a lines. And then here we can do this. Say, why aren't you happy? This. That. 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 So when we get our drop, we want to make sure, grab this, but it's not a connection data, it's a room, or rather tile data. We'll leave that, that's fine. Drop data is a good name for you. Room form, not connection form. And then we do the same thing, room forms, description buffer dot set string, drop data dot description, verbose buffer set string, verbose, everything else stays the same. Dot unsaved changes is true. Button section update. That gets me. I also need to make sure I don't overwrite rooms in the same way we did the other thing. So here, boop, perfect, unsaved changes. Fix you, try again, hit save. The system works. Loves that. But this would silently overwrite. So let's fix that too. We'll do that next. We'll just do this as support dragging templates onto existing room as well. Oh, I should also double check both the, if I was to do this, yeah, and then I would have unsaved changes, and then if I had you, then I'd have unsaved changes. Then I could go, no, I didn't mean to do that. There we go. Perfect. Okay. Here's what's going to happen. I'm going to go get the rest of this coffee into my coffee mug so that it can get into my mouth. And I'll be right back. And then we're going to make sure that we don't overwrite rooms. Where are you? Hey. There we go. That's better. Only thing that could make the AFK screen better is Amber monochrome monitor. How's that do it for you? But I appreciate it. That's there is a there's a repo for that. For the cool retro term. Drop it in both chats. For anybody else who wants to have fun with that. All right, so room. A room. You think you've used that one? Nice. Thing of beauty? Right. I'm a green terminal. Text kind of guy. So I went with the green. So doing rooms. Squirrel! That's what I was doing. Actually, I need to also... I was just looking at you. Where did you go? Templates. Not that. It was you. There you go. Leave rooms alone. For now. You can close that. We don't need that anymore. It's going to be on the tile here. And we're going to say on the drop. Ooh, we need to make sure that... Also check this real quick. BC 49. If I do... Yeah, you save. Okay. I wanted to be changing the... ID willy-nilly. This is because it's set up. Okay, yes. So if I was to do... I might be changing it. I wanted to learn Vim, but I never had the time. IDE it is. Yeah, I'm in a similar boat. Like, I feel the call of the simplicity, right? It's just not. Okay. BC 49. Need to make it update as well. Okay, that's fine. I feel the call of the simplicity, but I don't want to relearn everything and spend forever tweaking the config to get it back to where I want to be. I'll save that day for the day JetBrains no longer lets me turn off the local LLM crap. That'll be the day I have to switch. I agree. Vim has both a learning curve and a very long ramp up, time before you have it configured so it's fully usable. I think it pays off ultimately, but it's a significant investment. Yeah. Nowadays with LSPs, and you can integrate that into Vim, like you can get close. It's just getting it set up. That's the hurdle for me, and getting enough keybinds memorized to be proficient for more than just editing a config file. That is my level of comfort with Vim. Just a text config, I'm happy. So why don't you overwrite? Because we only fire you if the tile is no. Okay, good. We've done that correctly. Yeah, I have more tools in Vim than I ever had in VS Code, and it's easier for me. Gotcha. Like, what's a for instance of a tool that you didn't have in VS Code? Helps that you have a key help plugin which shows you available keybinds. Right. Still have to remember the which key keybind, but that's not so bad. Yeah. Like, I'm sure I would get much more comfortable with it if I did it a lot, but that learning curve just... I contemplate it and I feel sad. Jumping to text and navigating with keyboard alone without having hands from home. I mean, yeah, okay. Yeah. This is easy, actually. What we do is the same thing we did over here, more or less. Except, instead of checking connections, after we do all this, we say if my map tile is not nil, then I do this, this, that. And then I do bottom bar, which is a frame. Add OK. Do the bar. Give it an on click. Like so. Put you in here. But also put you in here, which kind of sucks, but whatever. Add cancel. On click. Like so. Do nothing. Set handled. Yes, it has Vim mode, but it's quite bad. I've never messed with it. It's been a long time since I used code as well. Think we're good there. Let's check. I'm sure that Goland has a Vim mode as well, but that's still leading me to an effort that I don't really want to make. Okay, that didn't work, right? Because I did forget to do the run dialog. That's important. Except for this is not that anymore. How you debug in Vim anyway? Integration with GDB and friends and plugins that do the same. Yeah. It's been a hot second since I used GDB as well. Okay, so if I cancel you, nothing changes. Boop. If I overwrite, I need to click away and click back, but then, yes, okay. So we need to fix that too. That's fine. We just need to set up a change. Add confirmation dialog to room template drop. Don't use it a whole lot, but I have it set up. Comes in handy on occasion. Yeah. Matter of more plugins, more keybinds. Gotcha. Gets a right mess if you try to take a pre-configured distribution of Vim in Vim, like Astro in Vim or that NVim Chad thing or whatever, because they've customized it heavily and adding more plugins leads to conflicts. I found my favorite way to set up by myself from scratch. Yeah. I think all of the serious Vim, NeoVim users just have dot files in a repo somewhere. What was I doing? I was doing... My brain has started to become crispy. I was doing the change stuff. We need to do this. But not for connections, for tile, which is where we tried to do it before. But then I realized I was dumb. Oh, we actually do have it on here already. Must have left it in. Okay, that's fine. So we just need to do send change for room tile in here. This can't return anymore. Shouldn't really matter either way. Throw out the error. But also send change and send change. Let's make sure. If we do you, cancel, nothing happens, good. If I accept, then we change. Love it. Just for the sake of sakeness, I'm going to set handled here. And I should do the same, I think. Just to say, we're done with that event. Nothing else should really be driven off of that. Delete you. Pull you in. Brilliant. Brilliant. Love that. Okay. Meow. let's commit that. We will say this just handled. Yeah. Send changed events when we update room tile data from template drop. Refresh selection when we see that event. Refresh edit bar. Get that up. Mud implies a text-based connection, but I suppose this would run in a browser instead of Telnet. It has a client, which right now just sends JSON over WebSocket. Whether that'll have to change, I'm not sure, but I haven't implemented any of the other stuff, right? The other mud protocols. And I don't know if I will. We'll see. This that we're working on today is just the editor. Like, I guess if, like, I would need to build machinery around it that would allow for moderation and approvals and stuff. But, like, I guess theoretically, if you were able to create, like, your own house or something, you could use this to create that map. But generally speaking, what we're working on today would only be seen by, like, the server admins or the people who are maintaining the game that uses the engine. Delete all, I think, is our next task real quick because, well, hopefully real quick. And that's only really going to be applicable when you're viewing. No, I don't use delete all. Does that make any sense at all? Maybe I don't need to delete all. Maybe we'll push that decision off down the road until we start making real maps. If it becomes an issue, we can certainly add it. Like, it was a little bit annoying to test with that, but that's fine. We're already kind of past that. Let's leave that. We'll push that decision down the road a little. The next thing that we need to do it's going to suck. But it's kind of important. We need to... There's two things. We need to be able to zoom in and out. And we also need to be able to put a room, you know, up over here to give yourself some space. And eventually, I would like to be able to box select them over so that you could move as you're building a map. That's going to be a little tricky, and we'll see if we get there. We might... Because a drag and drop we would have to put everything that was box selected into it, right? I think we could drag and drop pretty well what we have if we made these draggable. But that would be like a one at a time thing. The map gets converted to JSON, yes. Server config map. This is what the map looks like internally. These are rooms, and then connections are probably down here somewhere. Yeah. Reads in this file, and then it puts the tiles down and connects them using the connections. And part of, right now we don't support negative indexes. That's going to be part of this too. The references to other tiles would be foreign keys in a relational database. There's no database for maps. It's just a file. And I wonder if zoom should be first, or I guess like we're going to want to have a maximum size for the center. And zoom, if we make zoom control the grid size, because it's not like currently zoom zooms everything. It's not super friendly or fast for that matter. Holy cow. And my keys have become stuck. That was cool. Yeah, zoom just kind of YOLOs itself forever, apparently. That's awesome. Breaks a lot of stuff. Yes. Exactly. Everything broken by doing that, apparently. But that's completely not suited to our desires anyway. But we want this thing to always be full up to whatever its maximum is, right? So I think that's the first task, is to make that happen. Because that's going to kind of solve. Because like if this repopulates and just adds rows to make it, sufficient to fill, that's kind of going to solve our other stuff. I'd also like right-click drag to work probably. So we'd have to override that, but that's a future problem. I guess we could do that now. Maybe that's an easier start that we're gonna, use heavily as we push further. What does the docs have to say about drag of the scrollies? Probably nothing. Um, we know events exist here, but it's not going to give me what I want. Is there... not form, frame. The UI framework you're using, does it have a viewport for the map part? It's just a widget that I fill with stuff. It's not a viewport in like the front end React-y sort of way. Separator, stretch. None of that is what I want. The... Nor does control and scroll or shift and scroll work for scrolling horizontally. Where would I find similar stuff to this? In this stuff that they have. I guess the first thing we could do is make sure that we get... It's going to be in map widget. Make sure that we can scroll... Or that we get the right-click event and override the menu bar. We would need also to... Is there an ability for... There isn't one for right-clickable. And I don't know if they actually respond, if these widgets respond to right-clicks. Let's find out. They do. After all this, we can say, ooh. we need to on first it, but it's just going to be a click, I think. And then we say if mouse button would you be 2? Mouse button right. Buttons and mouse button. Okay, that can't do that. This should have a little bit, hopefully, in the events about these specific click. But I want the this is focus, close, defer. Was it back? Bends that mouse down, okay. This is a buttons. Values. Buttons is a type. Let's go here. Pop! OS is not using tiling window manager. No. It uses their own kind of tweaked version of GNOME. They have like a tiling mode, but it's kind of buggy. And I don't like it for normal desktop use. It's okay for laptop-y, touchpad-y use if it's not bugging, which is... it needs love. I don't think they care about it very much anymore because they're trying to do Cosmic now. Buttons, values. This is an int 32. So there's like a constant here somewhere, right? Oh, apparently my stream freaked out a second ago. We seem to be back though. Const, okay. Events dot. Right. Then let's do this. We will just print out. Let's see if it works. I tried i3 once, and first thing I did was Google how to exit. No offense to tiling users. I feel the same way about tiling window managers as I do about U of M and Friends, right? Where, hey, it does work. But it still pops up this. But I do get my right click. So that's working. But if I click normal clicky, it doesn't fail. Okay, so good. Yeah, I feel the same way about tiling window managers as I do about U of M. Like, I I feel the call of the simplicity. They do a lot of things that I like, but I just don't want to mess with it. I don't want to go through the learning curve when I can get like 90% of the way by just snapping, right? Like if I wanted to window snap this to full screen on this side, I could. What are you? Are you telling me I dropped? Yeah, you're telling me I dropped. That's fine. A little late, but that's all right. Okay, so we're not. This is not working. Would it just be on? Theoretically, no. Because first should mean that it's jumping in first. I still see the event, but it's still giving me the menu that I don't want to show up in this case. Check and see. I believe this has been discussed briefly in Slack. Search. Right click. Oh, okay. Context menu. Still see it though. And I don't get my logs anymore. Do you get a docs link though? Context menu. Getting a little windy out there. My widget seen context menus, but I think that would kill it for everybody, wouldn't it? But also, what if I did this? Is that handled here? I don't think that's going to change anything for me, though. Yeah, I still get the menu, but my right-click behavior is back. Read this again. On first. This does not do as they say. She's a little bit annoying. I would... If I do this, they all die. I'm pretty sure. 99% sure. And I don't want them to completely die. They can exist outside of this. Perfectly happy with that. No exist, but also no exist. And I don't think this works. But maybe. No. Let's just make sure that this actually logs. And it is coming in here. The on first should jump us ahead. And let's also make sure we're focused in here somewhere. It's not. It's not firing at all. Interesting. What is MUD? Multi-user dungeon. So if the map doesn't get that event at all, would this run on a dedicated single server or is it scalable to a cloud? All of the state lives within the single server binary, so you would need to have a single server, but like you could put that server in the cloud. Just uses WebSockets, so as long as you can reach it, you know. So if you don't get the context menu event at all, and if that's related to the bug I filed a while back. Let's try just on. Shouldn't matter, but yeah. Still don't see context firing. Could turn this on. It's going to be really noisy, but event trace. Context menu does get fired somewhere in there. You use DLV. I don't know what DLV is. Ask Copilot. No, thank you. Need to turn that off before I forget. Yeah, full screen. I don't want to inspect though. I want settings. Are there limits on how many concurrent players would there be? I don't know. I need more game to really like stress test it. Go Delve. Delve's no, I don't. I just use the regular JetBrains debugger. I would. Why do you not get the event, I wonder? Bet you. Okay, good luck. Thanks. I wonder if it needs to be clickable. Which might have some knock-on effects, which kind of suck. Okay, I got the right click. I still didn't get the... Looks like it's okay to be clickable, though. But... Focusable? Does it need to be focusable to get the event? You can't live without a debugger? I mean, the JetBrain Goland has a debugger built in, right? I don't know what he uses under the hood. I don't particularly care. Still not getting the context menu event. The it's just when you got UI stuff going on, like debugging gets tricky in a debugger, right? We would need to... They mentioned that long press was involved in this. Right click. Still doesn't get that event. I wonder... Right clicking or long pressing. Oops. Too many click. Right click. Or long press. Like this probably responds to that, but Move all the context menu buttons of a widget, except add context menu. If I just add one, and I do nil, does that override it? No. Probably gonna have to ask them. If there's a thing. Let me grab. Copy link. A while back, you suggested setting handled on a events.context menu event to override the default context menu behavior. A frame, and I set it to print a message on that event, but it doesn't fire, nor does set handle. Oh well, that's self-explanatory. Doesn't fire, which makes me think this widget is missing an ability to receive this event? Question mark? Is there... Or I could just say, alternatively, is there a different recommended method to override right click context menu for one widget only? Let's see what they have to say about that. Okay, so I suppose we could do a minimal repro for it. Be pretty easy, I think. We'll see what if they ask for one or not. But so we're gonna set this aside for that. The other thing that we can do real quick here is we can check and see if the scroll behavior has been fixed real quick for our form stuff. It's gonna be an edit bar, and it's going to be when we connection edit widget, when we expand a thing. I think, double check my recollection. So if we're in here, let's say, and I don't scroll down, and I'm like, hey, I want to look at you. Yeah, we need you to scroll. I would like you to scroll. So that goes into the on click for our expander. We update that, and then we do scroll this to top. Things used to get wonky with this. Let's see if they're better. Not really. Kind of. Like that one pretty much fails completely. The other thing we can try is scroll to this. Doesn't seem to work real well. Because at this particular juncture, it's not yet. It hasn't been restyled yet, I think. Call update. The other thing we can do is think that scroll this to top. Widget's parent frame to scroll, so the top of this widget is the top of the visible range. In terms of any scrolling was done. Just print debug and see if you tried to scroll internally. Scooch down. You did try to scroll. I wonder if it's because I call update. I wonder if I interrupt it more or less. Not sure. But if I scrolled before I fired that off, I guess that would be a quick way to check that theory. Sorry, I totally got distracted there. Cogent Core is a UI frame. Yes, it is a UI framework. It's weird that it seems to work so much better when I collapse. But I wonder also if it's because, so it asks its parent container, which is this, which does not have the scroll. It would need to go up to connection section for that. It would actually be higher than that even, because it's all it's containers and containers to organize everything. I would need to probably scroll that if I was to do that. I have access to edit bar, form parent, scroll to this. That's not scroll to box. Scroll to box. What do you do? Scrolls the layout to ensure that the given rect box is in view. Could I get, not expander button, but this form dot geom content bounding box? Well, that failed spectacularly, didn't it? Hmm. Could I do this, but not scroll to box? Scroll dim to content start. Oh, that takes a different kind of thing. It takes dimensions. Scroll values. Scroll to box. No, because you need to go. I mean, it looks like adjacent to what I want, but not quite. Parent scroll frame, which is not exported. Scroll dim to start. Could do that. But I don't know. Box minimum Y. That's because this takes dimension. Okay, so the Y dimension. This is the minimum size of the box's Y, which is this guy's total rect. So that would get messy, but maybe not. I could do form parent. Yeah, form parent. Scroll dim to start. And then this is this form dot min dot y. Don't have a min. That's because this is ooh, they use total rect. I don't have that option. So it's not exported. But I guess total B box maybe is fine. What if we did that? What would happen? Nothing would happen. That's my answer. Well, not nothing, but weirdness. Weirdness would happen. Maybe it's not total B-box. What if it's content B-box? Maybe total is the total of the all things? I don't know. Seems to only work on collapse. And even then, not really well. So we're going to leave this alone for now. It's kind of an annoying little fiddly polish thing, but it was worth like another stab at since they've done all the upgrades. But that is going to take me to the 4-hour mark. We'll have to see what they say about this widget stuff and kind of dig into the rest of this tomorrow. But for now, I'm going to go work on other things and get some dinner. If you like this kind of thing, I stream for about 4 hours a day, 4 days a week. So whatever time it is now, where you are, show up 4 hours before now, and I'll be here. And if not, have a great weekend or rest of it. I'd love to see you again. I appreciate everybody who swung through and wasn't a weirdo in chat. And I'd love to see you again. And if not, have a great week. We'll catch you some other time maybe.